Thank you so much, Sierra. Good morning, Board of Commissioners, and to the citizens of Douglas County. Today is November 1st, 2021, and welcome to our Monday work session. It is now 10:01, and we will begin. I'll start with roll call first to verify the presence of the Board of Commissioners. District 1 Commissioner Henry Mitchell III.
Present.
Okay. District 2 Commissioner and Vice Chairman Kelly Robinson.
Present.
District 3 Commissioner Tarenia Carthen.
Present.
District 4 Commissioner Ann Jones-Guider.
Present.
And Ramona Jackson-Jones, Chairman present. Board of Commissioners, we do have a quorum. Certainly, Clerk, this morning, before I go into public comment, I want to take the time to acknowledge a couple of icons this morning and people that made a difference in our lives. And I mistakenly did not recognize our certainly Colin Powell, Commander General Colin Powell for the United States. I certainly wanted to do that and did not do that last meeting. So I ask if you could just give me a moment of silence to recognize his contribution to this country and all the great things he did. So just a moment of silence, Board of Commissioners and the citizens of Douglas County. Thank you, Board, for recognizing General Colin Powell. And next, I want to take the time to really take a moment of silence for our own news and broadcaster, Javita Moore, who passed this week. And certainly wanted to recognize her and honor her for all the great things she did to make sure that we were all well informed here in the state of Georgia. So if you could just take a few minutes and give Miss Javita Moore a moment of silence. Thank you, Board of Commissioners, and may both Javita Moore and also General Colin Powell rest in peace. We're going to move on now, Board of Commissioners, to our public comment. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up for public comment this morning?
No, ma'am, we did not have anyone sign in, but I will extend it if there are any citizens on the line that would like to speak this morning. Please let me know at this time. Chairman being none, I turn it back over to you.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you so much, Clerk. Again, good morning, Board of Commissioners. We have a presentation this morning, and certainly we all been waiting for this COVID-19 update from Dr. Memark. She'll be here this morning, and I believe Lisa Crossman from Cobb Douglas Public Health. We're excited to see that the numbers are beginning to decline. Certainly that's positive, but again, I will allow Dr. Memark to bring the news to us. And I don't want to celebrate early. I want her to bring it to us. So Dr. Janet Memark, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thanks for having me this morning. I gave Lisa a well-deserved day off today. So you have just me today. So I'll go over what I can. Rick, will you be driving for me? Or I can drive too.
Yes, I'm sorry. I am happy to drive for you as I prepare to share the screen.
Okay. Great, thank you so much. Okay, so we can move on to the next screen. We're on November 1st here, well into our fall season. This is our transmission levels right now. So when you look at our website, this kind of reminds you of by 2 weeks what these numbers mean. And this is a 2-week transmission level that we're looking at 139 cases per 100,000. And that is definitely heading in the right direction. It is still in the high transmission category, but as you all know, we were up in the 700s, 800s, 900s. And so this is much better. And actually it is lower than Cobb's numbers. So good news, heading in the right direction. Next slide. Here's to reiterate that, and looking at the state, you can see that colors are starting to lighten up a little bit throughout the state. When you look on the right, you can see the cases and how they look. This fourth surge that was due to Delta, you can see its comparison to the other surges. And in Douglas County and in Cobb, it almost rivals the January surge that we had. And so definitely was very significant. And this one, the difference in the two was this one was driven by the unvaccinated folks, unfortunately, that really got infected and hit hard with this one. So we're just so grateful we're on the back end of this one, because that was a tough one. Next one. And so the other indicator that we look at is the positive percentage rate. So you can take a look at that, and we're at 5%. So that is excellent. So we want that below 5%, but we're right there and heading in the right direction. We have been as high as 25, 28% of all tests coming back were positive. And so this is very, very good news for us. Next slide. When you look at deaths, and so remember, this is a lagging indicator. Douglas County on total had 292 with the presumptive and confirmed deaths. You can see the graph on the right, and the comparison to that January surge. So it's not quite done yet, because it does take a while for all those numbers to come in, but it has definitely been a tough surge, this one, and it rivals the January surge when it comes to deaths. Next slide. Here are the hospitalizations from Georgia. And so you can see that the January, that giant peak that we had in January, and then you look at the surge that we just recently had. So very similar when you look at that, but when you look at different ages, this time what we saw with age groups, that we had more children that were affected than in the January surge. Remember, and people ask me, why? Well, first of all, they did not have as much vaccine coverage and access. So that's one. And then also we had a lot more protection in place. Back then in the January surge, you all remember we definitely had more virtual learning and mandatory masks and social distancing. This one, we did not have as much of that. And so children definitely got affected a lot more. Thankfully, we didn't lose many children, but we did have a lot of transmission that happened within families. So we're very happy that we're on the backside, and we'll soon have some good news on the vaccines as well. Next slide. So, this is when we look at the surges, when you look throughout all of this, you can see how the Delta surge picked up. And so Delta, this one only goes back to July, but when you look back, you can see how quickly it gained steam. And so we had 3 months of Delta, and we still have virtually all Delta. Some of you may have heard about Delta Plus, that is in the UK. We have a few cases throughout the country of that, but right now it's not able to gain steam against the regular Delta here. And it may have to do with our vaccine coverage, and as well as the boosters that are going out as well. So we're still watching it very closely, but I'm sure like me, you're all praying that we do not see a resurgence of this. Next slide. Here are the age ranges when you take a look. And so everybody is decreasing right now. So that's great news. For a long time, we had school age children that were really at the highest numbers of cases that we were having. But it is much better now, and everybody is going in the right direction. So we're grateful. And that 5 through 11 age, we expect to hear some good news this week on that. Next slide. Here's the vaccination rates. And so a fully vaccinated, Douglas County has 45%, and at least one dose is 50%. We believe that some of this is what caused us to have such a large surge, was that we had 50% or more of our citizens that were unvaccinated. And so unfortunately, Delta was looking for people that were unvaccinated to infect. I mean, it's looking for a way to survive as well. And so we definitely had a lot to deal with this last surge. Next slide. It feels good to talk about it in the past tense right now. When you look at these numbers, there are a number of non-vaccinated folks that that became positive, and then how many hospitalized, and then how many had COVID. And then over on the right, when you reverse it, you have fully vaccinated. And so you can tell it was around 90% of folks that were hospitalized were folks that were unvaccinated. One of the questions that I get recently is, what is better, having natural immunity or having vaccine immunity? And so, the one thing that we don't know for sure is how long both, honestly, but we are seeing some good, research on the vaccine immunity, but also with natural immunity, if you get infected, it's very variable, anywhere from, we've seen like 90 days to people who've had it over a year of having good immunity. But what they did see when they looked at people's serum levels in the hospital was that basically you had 5 times higher chance of getting COVID if you had natural immunity versus the vaccine. So it seems that we're seeing some stronger immunity with the vaccines, and with the boosters that will help to bring that up even higher. Next slide. So here's the vaccines that are approved right now. And so this is if this is confusing to you, that's okay, because it's confusing to us sometimes too, because it's in different stages of approval. So we have the Pfizer vaccine that's currently 12 and older. We got 2 shots for that one as well. And then Moderna's 18 and older currently, and Johnson & Johnson's 18 and older. Next slide. Now, we have boosters that are out. You might be asking yourself, am I eligible for a booster? So if you're 65 and older, for Moderna or for Pfizer, you can get a booster. If you're 18 and older and you live in a long-term care setting, or you have some underlying health conditions, or honestly, people who work in higher risk setting. And higher risk to me is if you are having face-to-face contact, or you have a lot of contact with folks in your day-to-day jobs or lives, I think that puts you at higher risk. And so I would definitely consider getting boosted. If you're basically getting exposed all the time, then it's always good to get a booster. You can get it after 6 months after you complete your second dose. Now, Johnson & Johnson is different. For those of you who receive Johnson & Johnson, they're recommending anyone 18 or over get that booster dose 2 months after your initial dose. So those are the initial changes, and I'm happy Rick has my slides. If you all want these, it gets confusing, so you can look at them. Now, the latest thing is you can mix and match. Now, the reason for this is that they wanted to make sure that we had good access to whoever needs it. So, because sometimes it's harder to find Johnson & Johnson, and sometimes, with Pfizer, if you don't have a cold storage, you might not be able to get it. Now you're able to get whatever vaccine you need. And at our health department, at the Douglas location and the Marietta location, we have all of the vaccines, but at the other locations, you might have to take a look. It's like Moderna and Pfizer, because it's difficult. We're trying to decrease our risk of having errors, and so not offering all of them at the same time. Next slide. All right, 5 through 11-year-olds, we're very excited. This is the kind of point where you look at with how a vaccine gets through for approval. So far, last week, the FDA had approved for the emergency use authorization for 5 through 11-year-olds. Tomorrow will be the CDC's advisory committee, and then whether they accept. We do anticipate that this week we should see this acceptance go through, and then we are already working on plans to get these vaccines out. They've already been ordered, and there'll be multiple locations, including our Douglas Health Center, as well as our outreach core, and our outreach teams will be able to do the vaccines. So, things that I don't think I covered some of this, but things to know about this is that it's a very, very safe vaccine. It's looking very good for our 5 through 11-year-olds. This is a lower dose than the adult vaccine. And so once a child turns 12, they are eligible for the adult vaccine. I myself have an 11-year-old boy. I'm very excited because, you all might have had parents are worried about the myocarditis and things like that, but they are not seeing this right now in these trials in children. And so we're very excited about that. I'm very excited because, I know it's rare, but you don't want your kid to get that. So I'm excited that it's only a third of the dose, and the safety studies are excellent. So I'm excited to get this before his 12th birthday. Next slide. Okay, here are some of those locations that we talked about. And as we speak, they're all being updated so you know where to go. And next slide. And I just want to remind everybody, and if you all could help us to get the word out, maybe in your newsletters or online, we do have home vaccinations available. We team up with Premier. And so if you can't get out to get your vaccine because you need a caregiver or transportation, if you need transportation, you can always get Lyft, that's free. But if you need help to get the vaccine at your house, we can have someone come to your house with, we've got Premier and Pools Pharmacy that's helping us. So I just want to make sure everybody was aware of that you can get that service to help you out. Next slide. Oh, and that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Memark. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions for Dr. Memark this morning or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Carthen, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dr. Newmark, good morning.
Good morning.
My question to you is in regards to the 5 to 11-year-olds.
Yes.
So are they able to get those vaccinations at their
Doctor?
at their primary care doctor, right?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And so I know that it's variable. And so the initial problem was it came in these like 1,000 pack bundles. And that was a lot for a small pediatrician's office to handle. And so they have been able to split them, but it depends on your pediatrician if they felt like they can handle it. So please go ahead and contact your pediatrician. They will know now before the vaccines even arrive or if they're approved, if they will be getting them. Now, I know other locations like CVS and like our outreach locations, your Publix and Kroger, they may do it as well. And so we have a lot of coverage, but the primary care, you'll have to check with them to see if they are set up to do it. It's a little cumbersome, so it's tough sometimes for them to be able to do it.
Got it. And are we partnering with the school system, with other county school system to offer it?
Yeah.
At the school, as opposed to parents having to take their kids out?
Yeah, Superintendent North has been all over it, and so he hasn't even reached out to us because he's working with Premier. And every time I ask him, he's all over it. So they have things that they're rolling out as well. So, and if you all, if you have an event that you want to arrange that you would like us to come in and do it, then we're happy to do that as well.
Wonderful. That was going to be my next question. Great. Thank you so much.
No worries.
With that, Madam Chair, yes.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen. Any other questions or comments, board? I'd just like to thank you, Dr. Memark, for a wonderful and positive update this morning. It's been a while. I know when the Delta surge hit us in June, July, August, we were running, trying to react to a virus that certainly we thought had left the radar, because we all became a little, I noticed, were comfortable from around maybe March, April, May. Everybody was having fun and relaxing, but this virus showed us that this virus is the boss, to be honest with you. So is there anything on the horizon, another virus coming, another strain, or you think we're okay? Or,
Yeah, that's a great question. So we talked about the Delta Plus. It's giving the United Kingdom a little bit of trouble right now, and I've asked the state about that. We've had some scattered cases throughout the United States, but there's different things that may be affecting that. So they have let their guard down as well, but they actually have received another vaccine, that AstraZeneca vaccine, that might be having something to do with the trouble they're having right now. But right now we're looking good, and I know I feel like I haven't really brought a lot of good news to y'all, but it's a good day. Things are looking good. So it's important though to if you're comfortable, get your children vaccinated, because as we get all these gatherings and everything, it's good to have everybody kind of immune and safe, so that we can try to decrease the transmission to each other. That will help to keep this away. And so it's very important. I know kids don't get as sick, but they're very good vectors to pass it on to family members. So it's important to do that. And I wanted to thank you all for your support always. Every surge is very difficult on all of us in the community, and you all have been just great partners in this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Memark.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you coming in this morning to give us all an update.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on. We have the approval of the minutes tomorrow. I encourage you to please review the minutes and be prepared to approve or deny accordingly. We have two proclamations, Board of Commissioners, tomorrow, tab 6 and 7. Tab 6 is claiming the week of November 7th through 13th as Care and Kindness Week in Douglas County. And then we have tab number 7, which is proclaiming November 7th as 2021 as 80 West Dance Company Day in Douglas County. Next, Board of Commissioners, we have our public hearing sector, which is tab number 8. Public hearing to seek public comment regarding the Douglas County redevelopment plan and a resolution which proposes adoption of the Douglas County redevelopment plan and creation of a tax allocation District 1 off Lee Road Extension. We have this morning with us Chris Pumphrey, our Douglas County Development from Douglas County Development Authority. He's our Executive Director and President. Are you here this morning, Chris?
Yes, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You have the floor.
Yes, yes. So we'll have a presentation similar presentation that we did earlier in the month of October, just presenting the redevelopment plan. We've taken and we've had meetings with you all over the last couple of weeks to just go through that. Everything is posted on our website, elevatedouglas.com/TAD. And so the public has the opportunity to review everything about the redevelopment plan, what a TAD is. There's an FAQ on there as well, so everyone can clearly understand that. And then we look forward to giving that presentation on Thursday.
Thank you so much, Chris Pumphrey. Board of Commissioners, do you have any question for our Executive Director of the Development Authority? Okay, we'll look forward to seeing you on Thursday, Chris.
Thank you.
All right, have a great day. Board of Commissioners, we're moving right into tab number 9, which is our resolutions. We have one resolution tomorrow, which is authorization to approve a tax levy resolution in connection with the Douglas County Board of Education's issuance of general obligations sales tax bond series 2021. We have with us this morning our Superintendent Trent North. Are you on the line, Mr. North?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I do not believe Superintendent North was able to make it this morning. But as you recall, this is a pretty routine item. In June of 2020, the school district was successful in reauthorizing the East Blast to levy up to $30 million in general obligation bond. The school board adopted a resolution providing for that issuance, but as you know, the Board of Commissioners is required to pass a resolution committing itself to levy the millage necessary from the school board's millage rate ceiling in case that becomes necessary in order to repay the bond.
Thank you so much for providing us a description of what this, the purpose of this resolution. Could Board of Commissioners have any questions regarding this resolution? This is something that is just general, is typical, is routine. Okay, there are no questions. Thank you so much, County Administrator. That was great for you to fill in for our Superintendent North.
Thank you.
We don't have any county administrative business this morning, Board of Commissioners, so we're gonna, I'm certainly gonna scan the computer to see if we have anyone out, such as our constitutional officers or elected officials that would like to share some remarks with us this morning. If you have anything to bring before the board. Okay, being none, we're going to move on to tab number 10. Tab number 10 is approval of a contract addendum with COT Systems in the amount of $53,015 for additional online index books to be funded through the existing budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. We have our clerk of court, Annetta Stembridge. Are you on the line, Stembridge? Okay.
Chairman, I don't see her in attendance this morning. I can try to contact her.
Okay, so she has tab number 11 as well. So I'm just going to move on, Board of Commissioners, to tab number 12, and then we'll pivot back to tab number 10 and 11. when we bring the clerk of court on the line. Tab number 12, under our grant section, is authorization to accept the 2021 BJA FY21 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG, in the amount of $32,839, and amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. No match is required. Director King, Jennifer King, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. This is we call it the JAG grant that helps fund some programs over here with our LINK program, which is our local planning team. We work multi-agencies to come up with plans for kids who need some extra services. This one was kind of a little different this year. If you'll recall, we had to apply jointly with the city. So there's a total number, there's a city portion and our portion, and this is just to go ahead and get it.
Okay, thank you so much, Director King. Any questions, board? All right, thank you, Director. Oh, the next one is yours as well. Tab number 13, authorization to accept Department of Human Services grant in the amount of $31,200. Amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. No match is required. Director King, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. This is also an existing grant that we've been utilizing for a position here in the office who works with moms and babies who've had prenatal substance exposure. And this is a contract with the Department of Human Services to keep her in place to continue that work.
Okay, thank you so much, Director. Any questions, board? All right, pretty self-explanatory. Thank you for securing these grants and working so hard to secure grants for this county. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to Dr. Gilchrist. Tab number 14 is authorization to approve the Consolidated Appropriations Act funding subgrant contract with the Atlanta Regional Commission in the amount of $46,113. Amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents with no match required. Thank you for keeping the ball rolling, Dr. Gilchrist, with no match required. You have the floor.
Yes, good morning. This is additional funding that we received from the Atlanta Regional Commission. We will use these funds to increase the number of individuals we'll be able to serve for home delivered meals.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Gilchrist. Any questions, board? All right, if there are no questions, we're going to move on to tab number 15. Tab number 15 is authorization to accept the Department of Community Affairs CDBG grant in the amount of $750,000 and amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents with a 5% required match to be funded from ARPA. Dr. Gilchrist, you have the floor again.
Yes, good morning. I am super excited to bring this grant forward. This is a grant that we received from the Department of Community Affairs, $750,000. I would definitely like to publicly thank our senior services team who diligently worked very hard to assist us with submitting the documentation for this grant, and the funds will be used to renovate the building on Fairburn Road.
Very good. Any questions, board? All right, thank you so much for working to secure grants to keep Douglas County whole and to keep us moving. All right, thank you, Board of Commissioners. We're going to move on to tab number 16, authorization to apply for public safety officials and first responders supplement from the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget on behalf of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. We have our Assistant County Administrator, Tiffany Stewart-Stanley. You have the floor.
Good morning, Chairman Jones and Board of Commissioners and County Administrator Sugadan. So I'm coming before you today to submit some more funding from the American Rescue Plan Act. The governor has set aside funding for public safety officials and first responders, a supplement in the amount of $1,000 for our public safety and first responders. And then if we had any volunteer firefighters, it would be $300. We are asking to apply for this grant on behalf of our employees, as well as the governor has asked that the county apply on behalf of any other agencies in the county, such as your school system resource officers and public health. So we're asking to be able to apply for these funds so that our officers can get the supplement.
Thank you so much, Assistant County Administrator. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions regarding this supplement from the Governor's Office?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Carthen, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Director Stewart Stanley.
Good morning.
My question to you is regarding the latter. So are you saying that we as the BOC are applying on behalf of all the entities, including the BOE for their resource officers?
Yes, that's correct. The city of Douglasville can apply because they are a municipality, but because the Board of Education cannot apply, the Department of Public Health, it has to be the county or city government applying for this fund, for these funds. So the government has made a recommendation that officers at the county apply for the funds for any organizations that are not municipalities.
Okay, so the Douglasville municipality government, they won't apply for those schools within their district. We're applying for all the schools within the county.
That's correct.
Okay, and so I'm pretty sure you've already looked into this, so I'm going to ask it for transparency. So you already know how many resource officers and how many other first responders are within those organizations?
Not at this time, Commissioner Carter.
Oh.
We are just getting that information. I wanted to get permission from the board to apply before we started going to the other agencies. We do have the information for Douglas County, which we can provide to you, but we don't have that information from the schools yet.
Got you. And so you've already spoken with them and they're okay that we are applying on their behalf?
Yes, as a matter of fact, they reached out to Sheriff Pounds, who reached out to me, and they are asking that we apply on their behalf. Chief Whaley over at the Douglas County School System is asking that we apply on their behalf.
Wonderful. All right, that concludes all my questions. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carlton. Any other questions, board? Comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Mitchell. We have.
Yeah, just one, Tiffany. So I'm assuming you've got, I guess when you're applying for this particular grant or funds or whatever you're applying for, how do you break it out to say this is portion goes to the school system, this portion goes to the sheriff's office, and so on and so forth? How would it be broken out to make sure that they get their fair share and everybody, that's on board that you're applying for?
Yes, so our plan is to apply, and Jill Hobson will be helping. Jill Hobson and Latifah Bowles will be helping with this endeavor. Our plan is to apply in different tranches for the grant. So we won't put it all together. We'll make sure that it's separate, and when we submit each portion.
Got you. And you've gotten these guys permission to say, sure, apply for them, on their behalf and applying for this particular grant, because could it happen this way where they get it and we don't, or vice versa?
Yes. So what Chief Whaley has asked is that we look at possibly doing some sort of MOU, which we haven't had an opportunity to explore further yet. I wanted to get permission from the board to even start these type of discussions with Chief Whaley and the school resource officers before we started. But yes, there's a possibility. I mean, I think that the governor set aside enough money for everyone for this grant, so I don't think that this is a competitive effort. It's just a matter of getting the paperwork and the information to the state.
And I think, though, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know, Madam Superintendent, you may or may not know this, but I think there is an MOU with the city, with the school board and others. I'm almost for certain that exists already, correct?
We'd have to look into that. I think this is specific to this grant. And just to give you some assurances, every first responder, they have to demonstrate that they are certified either with POST or with the Fire EMS authority by number. So each individual person will have to demonstrate, each agency will have to demonstrate by a list those individuals who are certified and eligible and who were on the payroll in August of 2021. So it is a pretty tedious effort, but it's while we will be doing it in tranches as a lump sum, the backup will be every individual person who would be eligible based on the criteria outlined by the state.
Got it. And this is only fire and EMS, not E911 and others, correct?
No, it involves fire, EMS, sheriff, anybody who is post certified. EMA, I believe, is eligible. There's a pretty healthy eligibility criteria, which we will be following.
Got it. Okay. And these individuals will be notified to where whatever certifications needed, if they have them, then you can apply for this particular grant on their behalf, correct?
Well, we're making the application, the agency. So for example, the sheriff's office is filling out the backup supporting documentation, as would the school system. Fire EMS is doing the same thing. I believe there are some officers that qualify in public health, in the DA's office. So we cast a broad net to ensure that everybody who meets the criteria, we submit the application on their behalf.
Right, and that's what I was getting at. So as far as the DA and E911 and others that meets these qualifications have been notified to, I'm assuming, the department heads or whomever, so that way we can assure that we definitely are applying for as much of those dollars to get back to the county and give back to these guys. I just want to make sure we don't miss anybody, basically.
Yes, and Jill is helping us with that. Like I said, we cast a very broad net. There's a specific format that they require the information to be returned to us in, which will accompany our grant application. So we're very confident that we've reached out to everybody, and quite honestly, they've received the notifications that they've been reaching out to us. So we just I think the purpose of this is to ensure that the county approves our application. We didn't want to go off and do that on our own without your blessing. And the other good news is the deadline is December 31st. So we will make sure to scour all of the corners of the county to make sure we don't leave anybody out. Commissioner, if you're speaking, you're muted.
I'm sorry. And to include the coroner's office and everybody else. And go ahead, I'm sorry.
Anybody who is post-certified that meets the qualifications. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. And I'm glad that's my next question was going to be about what's the time frame, what's the deadline? So, and you mentioned that, I think you said December something, I think you said.
December 31st is the deadline.
Got it. And there's nothing matching that we have to worry about on this end?
No, sir.
Okay, go get it then. Thank you. I yield.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on. Thank you so much, Tiffany Stewart-Stanley, and also County Administrator Superintendent. Thank you. We're going to move on, Board of Commissioners. Has Annetta Stenbridge, our clerk of court, is she here yet? I just want to circle back to see if she has arrived. Lisa?
I see her ID on the line.
Okay.
And she does not appear to be muted.
Clerk of court, are you on the line, Miss Annetta Stenbridge?
I know she was having some computer issues trying to unmute, but it looks like she did succeed in unmuting, but we still can't hear her.
Okay, so I'm going to move on, and then hopefully we can resolve that technical difficulty in a second or so. Board of Commissioners, I'm going to move right on to our business item, tab number 17, authorization to approve a contractual licensing agreement between Sunline and Douglas County Board of Elections for dashboard creation and servicing of poll worker training, inventory management and control in the amount of $5,000, data migration fee to be funded through grant funds, and annual renewal of $8,800, and to authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Kidd, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am, I am on the line.
Could you please share what this item is all about?
Yes, ma'am. Rick, if you would give me the first set of slides, please. Okay, good morning, everyone. First of all, let me start with a couple of statements. Douglas County is the 17th largest county as far as voter count of 159 counties. There are only 29 counties in Georgia that have 69,000 voters or more. Douglas County's voter total is currently at 107,000 with active and inactive voters. That inactive status just means that you did not vote in the last general election, but you're still on the voting rolls, and participating means that you would at that point become active. Our strict active number of voters are 103,000. We have 25 election day precincts. We have 7 advanced voting precincts. Douglas County has one of the most robust advanced voting schedules of any county of any size. Currently, our polls are staffed by 7 to 10 individuals on election day. Next slide, please. All of these individuals at a polling location have to be trained. Currently, our poll worker training consists of in-person training, that's in person to go over forms, to go over actual machinery of the elections piece. 2020 saw a change in the electoral process. By that I mean the state of Georgia changed to a completely new election system with more pieces and components. 2021 saw the introduction of new election legislation that also once again changed the management structure for elections. The first piece of what we're asking for today came about because at the conclusion of every year, we have a strategic planning session. During our last strategic planning session, we outlined different concepts and ideas that as a department we want to address and work on. One of the major components that we outlined and wanted to work on was to be able to augment our poll worker training. By this, I mean we still wanted to have the physical in-person training, but we wanted to be able to offer our poll workers an online mechanism by which they can receive additional training. Typically, our training is broken up into individual sessions. We start a month or 2 out of an election day to train the number of poll workers needed for major elections. On last year, we had 5 major elections. We are anticipating roughly the same number going into future contested election seasons. The state of Georgia right now is gearing up for a redistricting phase as part of our electoral process. We also are getting ready to head into a midterm election year for the state of Georgia. This is also a gubernatorial election year for us as well. The state of Georgia currently has an election process that is on the world stage right now. That is the number of individuals that are paying attention to our electoral process and that are involved in our electoral process has increased. This will be no less true going into next year when the eyes of the nation will be on Georgia with a highly contested gubernatorial race and also with a senatorial race that may decide control of the US Senate by which political party controls the Senate. So the eyes of the nation will be up on us. One of the things that I've outlined in this presentation is that we wanted to be able to augment our poll worker training. What you see on the screen is a partnership between Douglas and a company called Sunline. Sunline has done these training modules for different organizations across the state, across the nation. They have worked with some state and national organizations to build a platform for which government agencies and nonprofit agencies are able to digitize their training, are able to poll and sample their individuals that are participating in the training and give them individual assessments and augment their training with instructional videos. This is what you see on the screen is the potential view of what our dashboard would look like pending this board giving approval to the Board of Elections to move forward with this line item. Next slide, please. The training module that we are attempting to create with Sunline will allow the following to happen. Poll workers can register and access training contents. Election members will be able to approve who has access to the system. We will be able to coordinate online training sessions. These include live online training sessions as well as access to training videos that can be watched on demand. Due to the number of poll workers that we actually physically have to train, we would like to have this system to augment that training to be able to even give them refreshers closer to the time frame where they are actually going to serve. Our poll workers are made up of individuals from Douglas County and throughout Douglas County that work in a variety of roles, all of which in most cases are either retired, they're in school, or have other active lives that although you receive training a month or two before an election, sometimes it's best to have this augmentation of the training and allow them to be able to assess videos and training mechanisms even closer to election day to ensure overall voter integrity in the electoral process. Next slide, please. This is a breakdown of the complete cost of this particular module of the training option. It has a $2,500 data migration fee. By that is the company setting up a cloud-based system on the county server to be able to house this poll worker training mechanism. There is a $4,800 yearly maintenance fee, which has been taken into account in our budgetary considerations for the 2022 budgetary cycle. The initial $2,500 for this migration, along with the $2,500 for the next solution that I'm going to present, are fully funded through grant funding out of our current budget. Rick, if you can give me the second set of slides, please.
Sure.
The next, as Rick loads those next set of slides, the next piece of this, this is the same company that's essentially doing both segments of this migration of data and developing these platforms for us. If you can give me the inventory control slides, they should have Malcolm's name listed. The second area that we wanted to address was being able to control our inventory. 2020 saw the implementation of a new electoral system. By that, I mean the election process changed. We went from one single component within a precinct to multiple components in a precinct. Next slide, please. Part of what we do as an office, we have to distribute equipment to, like I said, 25 election day precincts, 7 advanced voting precincts. We distribute everything from that precinct other than the building itself. We are in churches, county facilities, and other facilities throughout Douglas County. We don't own any of these facilities. We have partnerships with the different organizations and entities to essentially conduct our elections in their buildings. But all of the pieces of equipment for the election have to be transported to those facilities and set up in those facilities. Currently, we have thousands of pieces of elections equipment that all have to be tracked. They all have maintenance schedules. They all have distribution routes that they go to. Next slide, please.
Contracted in the card, and then this is for the technical. I need everyone to mute their mics, please, other than who's speaking with our director of the Board of Elections. Thank you. You have the floor, Director Kidd.
Thank you. What you see on the screen too is a flow chart that we've worked with the company Sunline to look at how an asset management piece to our software package will assist us. This asset management piece, this is a flow chart of what we see as the asset management from our office, being able to control how they go out to precincts, being able to control the testing of equipment, chain of custody, our actual required maintenance schedules. Next slide, please. Sunline, which is the same company, looked at ways in which we can improve our asset management. Asset management in the elections process will be a vital role and continues to be a vital role in what it is that we do. I like to explain to people, when you say elections and registration, what we really do is plan out and complete large-scale event planning. By that I mean we have to ship equipment, we deal with personnel, and we go through this phase of really conducting large-scale events multiple times a year with a lot of equipment. Having an asset management and control system that works for us is critical in that role. With this particular company, they will allow us to do what is called apply RF readers to all of our equipment to be able to track its movement in our facilities and warehouses and polling locations, its movement to those facilities and locations. It would allow us to maintain the maintenance schedules and to track those maintenance schedules. It would basically allow us to put eyes on all of our equipment in a digital fashion. One of the major goals of our department was to digitize our election management system. Currently, we have our inventory on Excel spreadsheets, and they're individually checked out. This is an inefficient method by which to manage your inventory. So we would like to partner with this particular company, which I have the CTO of the company on the line as well. The CTO for Sunline has worked with other agencies and organizations as part of their core functioning with developing asset management systems. So therefore, after meeting them at one of the state conferences, I feel that this would be a very helpful role for Douglas County to partner with Sunline to develop an asset management system to assist us in tracking our equipment. Next slide, please. This is the breakdown of costs for the second part of the solution, the asset management piece. So the asset management piece, along with the poll worker training module, would have a $2,500 data migration fee for setup on our system. It would also include a $4,000 a year yearly subscription fee for a total yearly subscription fee of $8,800. We have price competitors from the actual implementation of a system to assisting us with the day-to-day operations of a system, and we feel that these are reasonable costs that are in line with the scope of work that we're actually asking for from this particular company. The next slide, please. Should be a blank slide. Okay, that's the end of the presentation. At this time, I will entertain questions. I also have representatives from the company themselves on the line, Mr. Suri Anathema. I'm sorry if I butchered your last name.
Suri Anantarama.
Yes, sir. To answer questions as well from the board.
Thank you so much, Director Kidd. Or do you have any questions for Director Kidd or Mr. Antharamama? I blew your name. I apologize.
Oh, you can call me Suri. Thank you.
Suri, that'd be great for me. Board of Commissioners, we have any questions regarding this implementation that our Director Kidd is trying to infuse into our Board of Election system? So we'll be certainly along the lines of what's going on here in Georgia, and we want to keep up with the pace. So it sounds like you're chasing efficiency, Director Kidd. Is that what you're doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do have a question from our Commissioner Guider. You have the floor. I see your camera is on.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
First of all, Milton, you've said something to the effect we had 107,000 inactive voters. Is that
No,
what
ma'am. The way they structure our voter count, you have what is called an active and inactive number. The active number are individuals that have participated in the last two major elections. The inactive number is a smaller number from the active. So the total is 107. Of that 107, 103 are active.
Are you saying 107,000 or 107?
I'm saying 100.
What? Wait,
you're on mute, Director. You're on mute. There you go.
107,000 is the total number. So really our inactive total numbers are about 4,000 inactive, but those inactive voters still have to be accounted for, because if they're still eligible to vote at a precinct, and when they go vote, it will turn them active. So we have roughly about 4,000 individuals that are on the voting rolls that did not vote in the last major election.
Okay, but you do purge them if they don't vote for every 4 years.
We do list maintenance. List maintenance activities occur every year in I don't want to say non-election years, in non-major election years, like this year where we have municipal elections, we do what are called list maintenance activities. We send out notifications for No Act 2G, that's no activity with 2 general elections. We send out list maintenance with individuals that have notified the Postal Service that they've moved to a different address. The state of Georgia also partners with all of the surrounding states and receives election information through a program called ERIC, which is just a partnership between all of the southern states to share their voter files. So we do list maintenance in years like this, but we do those type of activities every year, but in the odd number years, it's really increased in those efforts.
Okay, is Sunline registered with the Secretary of State as a corporation here in Georgia?
Yes, we are a local company registered. We are based in Norcross, now Peachtree Corners. We are registered with Georgia. We are in business for the past 5 years, and we do work with agencies like Department of Law, Attorney General's office, and some of the local counties here. Yes.
Well, I have a habit anytime a company's name appears on our agenda, I go out to the Secretary of State and see that they're registered, and I don't see Sunline. Is there a reason?
Oh, Sunline LLC is registered. Maybe the word LLC was missed. I'm sorry about that.
I just put in Sunline.
Oh, it's Sunline LLC. LLC.
Okay,
I will send you the link.
I'm just saying it's not showing up on my
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me send you the link.
But anyway, I'll look further into that, but I searched Sunline and nothing came up, and it's SONLINE?
Correct.
Okay.
It's Sunline LLC.
Okay, but you can search with just part of the name. But anyway, Milton, you also have on here data migration. Now, that's not the roles of the election roles, is it?
No, there are no actual data roles that will be in this. With Sunline, we will be partnering with them to do our poll worker training. So there's no confidential data that's actually associated with this. like I say, it'll be the poll record training module, and it'll also be an inventory management module, which would just be our list of equipment that we have. So there are no voter rolls attached to this. That's a completely separate system.
Okay, and you're saying we have 103,000
Active.
active.
Yes.
Did you see the Judicial Watch report about Douglas County? That we had 101% of the eligible voters to vote in the last election. Did you, has anybody contacted you from the Secretary of State?
That's not an actual verifiable article. We've never had, there's no way possible to have 101% of anything.
That's what I thought too, but we were one of 10 counties. I mean, they listed all 10 counties and it was turned over to the Secretary of State. Just wondered, did you ever get with the Secretary of State on those numbers?
That's an unsubstantiated argument from an organization that is not an actual organization. Those numbers are inaccurate, and we've received no notification of any irregularities as far as our electoral process from the Secretary of State's office. Actually, the system by which we give individuals credit for voting is called ElectionNet. The Secretary of State manages that system. All 159 counties feed into the same system, to which the Secretary of State mandates this compliance and actually regulates our use of the electoral system. They have to certify every piece of elections equipment. They certify the database we use. They certify our numbers as well prior to every election, including so far as to our voter list, our backup voter list that we use at the precincts is actually supplied by the Secretary of State's office.
Okay, and a lot of the citizens are asking, is Dominion machines, are they going to be used again next year?
Dominion will continue to be used as long as the Secretary of State, who is currently Brad Rathensberger, and his office authorizes that use. The Secretary of State's office made the recommendation to go to the Dominion democracy suite for the elections process in the state of Georgia. The governor of the state of Georgia, along with the state legislature, approved this transition to a state election system. The state of Georgia mandates that every county in Georgia utilizes the same equipment as far as the electoral process. So unless the legislature changes, we are mandated to use the Dominion democracy suite.
They're just asking, so I wanted it to come from the horse's mouth.
Yes, ma'am.
But this is strictly a module on the computer system to teach poll workers.
Yes,
and it's using hypothetical figures and names and everything.
Yes, ma'am. This is a training mechanism. There won't be any actual voter data tied to this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ma'am, I would like to respond to your query about the registration. I can share the screen. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, we see it. We do.
So it has this. Unfortunately, I'm not sure why it didn't pull up for you. This is Sunline LLC, and we are registered and we are active from 2012. Just to share that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
But I had searched it too, and I just.
I am sorry. I understand. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Usually, if you say it contains that, it may be something.
Yeah, it has to come. I agree with you. If you put like a part of the name, it has to come. So that's why I showed it. Thank you.
We can make sure and provide this to legal counsel at the conclusion of this meeting. We will follow up with that and get you a report, Madam Geithner, as well.
Okay, I'll put the LLC in there. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I'm assuming you yield back, Commissioner Geithner. Okay, thank you all. That was great dialogue. Any other questions, board, or comments? If not,
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Carlton, you have the floor.
Thank you. So Director Kidd, could you help possibly others besides Commissioner from the 4th District understand where it is best to get information from so that we all have accurate, really verifiable information. We're just not going off of what, news sites and little websites that really don't understand the state election criteria. Can you help us all?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Any pending legislation or any new legislation will be available on the county's website at celebratedouglascounty.com. If you click on the department tab, elections and registration, we put the most up-to-date information as far as the electoral process and any legislation that is passed around the electoral process will be located in a field on the left-hand side of the county's website on the Department of Elections and Registration under legislative updates. My office is also happy to meet with and coordinate with any citizen of Douglas County that has questions about the interpretation of electoral processes. We will also facilitate meetings with the state liaison, which we work closely with as far as implementation of election-related legislation.
Wonderful. And if you could just give that telephone number and that link to all of the Board of Commissioners, so that way when we get online, we won't be giving misinformation or misleading the public. We want everybody to have the same information that we have. And we want to be able to go to the direct source. Not saying that you're not a direct source, you are, we trust you, but we just want to make sure that we have that information coming from the Secretary of State's office as well.
Yes, ma'am. If you refer back to our website, there will be a link called Legislative Updates on our website. At the conclusion of this meeting, I will also put the name and contact information of our state liaison with the Secretary of State's office. So that will be at the conclusion of this meeting for the name and number of our state liaison for Douglas County.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And then my next question to you is in regards to the actual training module. What I was really shocked by when you did the training last week for all of the citizens and the Board of Commissioners so that we can all see what that entails. I was shocked by how heavy that equipment is. And my question to you is, for those poll workers who we know are usually older poll workers, will you have a question in there regarding, how much the equipment weighs, so that people will be familiar with that? Because I was actually shocked, and I think I'm pretty strong for my age, but to pick up those batteries or to pick up that equipment was actually hard.
Yes, ma'am. The battery pack that you're referring to is a 66-pound battery pack. Under the new election system that Douglas County is mandated to use, this particular battery pack allows for access of 4 hours or more without power at a precinct. All of our equipment has to continue to operate even with the loss of power for an additional 4 hours. So that particular battery pack was also a compromise with the Secretary of State's office, because the initial battery pack was 80 pounds. But to answer your question, with our training for poll workers, we don't hide the fact that this is heavy equipment. We try to take steps to mitigate the fact that we know that we have older poll workers. So I have been working with members of my staff to develop a tech team that can go out and assist our poll workers that will be stationed at precincts with moving equipment. This is now a complete operation with what it is that we do, which is why even this inventory control mechanism will assist us in doing that. This is large-scale event planning. This is elections and registration are more than just numbers on a page. We deal with everything with a polling location. So that is set up, and we do go over that with our poll workers. There is nothing that we can do about the weight of the equipment. We just try to mitigate our individual impact as much as we can, which is why we're always in a recruitment phase, which is why we're always looking for athletic individuals. This is also part of the reason why our partnership, even with the Douglas County High Schools and our student ambassador program with getting younger poll workers, has been a necessity for the office as well.
Well, thank you so much for all that the BOE does. I had no idea how much equipment and what the last Senate bill and even what the legislation imposed in 2020. This is a real undertaking. I applaud anyone who now works the polls, young or old. It takes a lot. And then I also want to applaud you for at least being forward thinking on how you are beginning to train the workforce staff for Board of Elections, because this will be modules that anyone can pull down at their leisure so that you can track them training. So not only will they be able to do it in person, they will also be able to do it on the computer. And so I think that that's forward thinking. And of course, that is the way of the future anyway. Everybody's getting trained online. So thank you so much for your forward thinking. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Carpenter. Any other comments forward before we move on? All right, I see you leaning in, Vice Chair. You okay? Or you still, your mic is muted. You can, if you can unmute your mic. Wendy, is there a way you can help them? Or Lisa, can you unmute? Or Rick, can you unmute the Vice Chairman's mic?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Yes, I'll try to keep this meeting is rolling, but yet this is an important topic. Thank you, Madam Chair. We're trying to move on. No, I thought this topic was about asset management, poll worker training. You know, one of the fundamental things we look for as Americans, being in a democracy, is the right to vote, having fair elections, making sure that they're accurate, that we're doing right by it. I resent the slight suggestion or attempt to discredit or to frame, as Douglas County so likes to do, situations, inactive versus active. Wasn't that hard to understand. The spirit is subtle. But I mean, I listened to this, but like, move on. You know, thank you, Director Kidd, for taking the time to explain. I could go on, but it's not necessary because all see it. You know, it's one of those where, look, we just want to hold fair elections. We want to make sure everybody has a chance, right, to vote. I don't have to vote, but to suggest that did you purge, those are like words that are like, okay, you did very well how you handled that. Really? I wish I would personally, just because I chose not to vote for any of the candidates. That's the counter to that. Like, what are you saying? We got to be careful. But again, I get it. I get the First Amendment. It goes both ways. All right, move on. So, Director Kidd, let me make sure I get this right. So, with all the precincts that you mentioned, do you think with this redistricting process that we're about to go through in the next 30 days or so, do you think Douglas County will get more precincts? I mean, you don't have to know the exact answer, but because of our growth, do you think we'll get more precincts?
Yes.
Right. So, which means more equipment, more people, more.
Yes.
And I'm trusting that this coming Friday, when we're in the budget process, county administrator there's some line item that deals with this anticipated growth. Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. I appreciate the asset management. I mean, our sheriff has that with their cars, and there's pretty neat software. You can see where everything is, and that technology has been out there for a while. But I get so this is sort of like a first cousin. I mean, I get it. I'm not a technologist. My peers are, but I get what you're doing and how to do that. And I appreciate training. I mean, again, this is volunteer, and you need people to step up. But there's something about training that they got to get it right. They got to know the regulatory, because again, it's important. So I ask my peers to support the necessary funding for training and education. And so that you're the front line. When people come in here, they just want to have a good experience for casting their ballot. So the people that are out front, that are actually interacting with citizens, you got to get it right. You got to get the attitudes right. You got to get the culture right. All that goes into a pleasant experience. That's all I got to say. I'm going to bring this up during our retreat. So, Madam Chair, I just want to make that comment. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you so much, Vice Chairman Robinson. There are no other comments, board. I'm gonna move on. It's my understanding that our clerk of court is here, Annetta Stenbridge. Certainly, at your pleasure, I will certainly recognize her and have her to come forth and just chat with us regarding the two items that she has, which is tab number 10. Tab number 10, Board of Commissioners, is approval of a contract addendum with COT Systems in the amount of $53,015 for additional online index books to be funded through existing budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Clerk of Court, Annetta Stenbridge, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Jones, I will say. And I apologize for not being able to get on. The COT system, and actually this is a contract that started in 2018. I don't know what happened, why it wasn't executed. And the funds were set aside at that time. What this will do is, if anybody's ever been in our record room, we have these big, huge books, and people used to write in them. So a lot of times when people come in and try to find their documents, they don't understand or they can't find them. And they're gonna make these things visible to the public and easy to read. They're actually gonna take the books and restructure them with pages and all the things that are necessary in order for you to look things up. And I think that'll be a good thing. And like I said, it was actually started in 2018, but the contract was never completed. So.
All right, well, thank you so much, our Clerk of Court, Annetta Stenbridge. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions for our Clerk of Court? Thank you. This is enough. I see Commissioner Mitchell.
Yeah, just one. So Annetta, is in your budget paid for, I guess, or is it something that we need to adjust in the budget?
It's in our budget. We included it.
Okay, so it's already paid for. So there's no need for it, but budget adjustment, I guess.
Right. I mean, the money was set aside in 2018, but and people signed it, but it never happened. So I don't know why, but it'll be a really good thing for the office. And because if you come in here and try to pull one of those books and find your document, you may not ever find it. And this will go back, some things will go back to 1920. So it's a good thing.
Yeah, so one other thing. So are we trying to digitize these books, or are we just trying to add more paper and books to just kind of go through it that way?
Electronically, and I guess it will be digitized.
So this, what you're doing now is going to digitize them, or is it that you're adding more books and paper and stuff? I'm just.
No paper.
Okay, so this will be, you're digitizing these
Right.
books that you're speaking of.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
And then, the customers will be able to go online and find these things as well.
Great.
Right now, if you come in the record room, you got stacks and stacks of books. And you start turning those pages and people are writing and you don't know what you're looking at, so they're going to try to clarify that and give pages to, the documents. Not that there will be a physical page, but, it'll be something that they can relate to and they can pull it up in the system.
But we're speaking the same language. You're
Yeah.
digitizing it though.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'll make sure that we are trying to digitize it.
Yeah, no, there's no paper.
Okay.
They're taking our books and taking them with them and redoing them.
I get
it
it.
may take a while.
I got it. That's good. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
So Madam Superdan, I don't know how close you work with our IT to make sure that whatever we're trying to go toward, does it fit within our infrastructure? And what more do we need to do something else to enhance this to make sure that she's got full access to make this thing really work within the framework we already have or the infrastructure we already have? So that would be go ahead.
I just want to say that we have met with IT. And this is something that we definitely wouldn't try to embark upon unless we met with them a couple of times. They've looked at everything and given us the go ahead from their perspective. So
I just want to make sure that at least we're not, putting more on this infrastructure that we have. And I think we're kind of ready for additional stuff. I just want to make sure that definitely that these guys have put their eyeballs on it though. So
Yes.
Madam Superintendent.
Yeah, that has happened, Commissioner.
Okay, good. I'll yield back. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. All right, any other questions for our clerk of court? If not, I'm gonna move on to the.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Guida.
These little buttons that we have to push are very sensitive. You turn them on, you turn them off. Yes, Madam Clerk, COT has been a part of your office for years because I remember that name. Yeah, it's been digitized for years. Is this just an extension of the contract that you already had?
No, COT does most of our real estate, and that's what we've used them for. This is totally different.
Okay, and this is for what? I'm sorry.
This is we are revitalizing our system of finding documents. And I know you've been in and seen those big books that we carry all this information.
I used to run title, so I'm very familiar with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as many of those as we can get digitized and make it easier for the customer to they can actually pull them up online when we get this. And they'll be revitalizing those books, which is going to be not an easy task because some of the stuff is hard to read.
Okay, but as far back as I can remember, it's been online. You can actually go through the computer and download a deed or whatever. So is this another aspect of the job? I'm just trying to find out exactly whether this is just for the real estate records or.
Well, there's something that you could find and a lot of things that you couldn't. And this is going to go back to some things will be 1920. So, you weren't able to find everything online. But now you should be able to, as much as they can get from these documents.
So these are new type records that you're going to put online.
A new system.
Okay. I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
Madam Superior Court Clerk, I'm in my mind, I'm trying to recall your probably two predecessors to you. When I first came on board, I remember I was buying copier and digital machines. I remember how excited they were to finally begin the process of, to your point, digitizing things. They used to come into the courthouse and go in there, and it was just, again, and bring it up forward, guys. You know, we're bringing ourselves up forward. So that process began a while ago. So I too am trying to understand. You got deeds, you got real estate, and I don't do that, but I can follow the process flow. So can you give us an inventory? You can't do it now, I understand, but what is online? Because I remember we heralded this as a board, and Mr. Mitchell, I think you and Madam Gowdy, you guys should remember that we finally got to a certain, back to 1954, back to whenever. So what did we do with that prior? What will this do going forward? I'm not against it. I just want to understand what the need is.
I'll have to do some research on that because there's a plethora of things here that, it requires a lot of study.
Yeah.
So I can do research on that and get back with you as to what they did.
Yeah.
I just know we still have huge books with information that, it's hard to figure out and it's hard to find. So this concept will allow us to find it, a lot easier because it'll be numbered and written differently.
Okay. So are you saying that the convocation process that occurred earlier may not have gotten all the books? Do you know the books that you're looking at?
It may have been in one area.
Uh-huh. Say that again.
It may have been in one area that I'm not familiar with. I've just, again, in 2018, this same contract was signed and the money was set aside. So, from that, I'm made an assumption, and not just made an assumption, but I did inquire about. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Hold on one second.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I weigh in on the budget end of it?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, let's.
Yes, I will allow the clerk to finish her statement.
Yeah, let her finish her statement. Let her get, but we don't have to belabor this one, Madam Chair. I think there's more information that needs to be clarified.
Yeah.
What is that contract?
I'm sorry.
What is that contract? I'm talking to Madam, I'm just speaking to Madam Chair while we're coming back around. Madam Chair, I will want to get clarity on what that contract, if I found a contract in the desk drawer, and there's probably some budgetary behind it, but what is back to what was the deliverable? Like what was written? What justifies the existence of that statement of work? So I wouldn't want to see, but I mean, again, we got time. It was just one of those things that, can we just get some clarity now? Superior Court, these are just lines of questioning. We want to make sure that whatever we're supporting, it again, is it for volumes, 1 through 12, and you got to get 13 through 24, or is this a totally different set of assets that you have to keep up, different types of records, which I know you do. So can you have someone in your office give us an inventory, like, okay, because somebody has to know what has been codified, what hasn't, what section in all those books. And so somebody in your staff should be able to help us find that, or there's some kind of way there should be a record of it. But I won't belabor it. I'll let y'all work that out. I'm just unsettled right now. But hopefully by the time we get to Thursday, this will be worked out.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair. We can provide you with that information.
Yes, ma'am. I'm fine.
And I believe to the Vice Chair, and then also to my fellow Board of Commissioners, the way that it's written, I just see a key word in there says this $53,000 is for additional online index books to be funded. So that implies to me that the process has started somewhere, just maybe you've dropped it, not you, but I'm just saying maybe it stalls somewhere, but it's already in progress, because I believe they had a couple of questions. So the way it's written, it says additional online index books to be funded.
And that's right.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I was just trying to read the way it was.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared. I didn't break it down, but we can.
Okay.
Well, Madam Chair, but to that point, one thing, but I don't want you to, what is the inventory that has been done? So whatever the balance is, what I don't want to have to pay for is recodifying books that already were codified.
Correct.
Yeah.
If I don't know that volume 1 through 13, I mean, I think y'all hear where I'm going. So I mean, I'm okay. I need some validation. I get the additional, but maybe they says, well, we got everything and we didn't execute on this. See, I don't have a variable on the other side of this equation. So I'm trying to be nice, like y'all go and figure this out now, because again, it didn't get executed. It's not your issue. You inherited it, so it's okay. But if they didn't execute it, then maybe when we're done, we appropriated, but when we got through it, and so maybe it's some savings. I don't know, but we don't have enough right now. So, but county administrator, help her out, y'all. You got a couple of days before we, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. County administrator, you have the floor, so you could speak to it regarding the budget component.
Yes, what we learned is the funding was carried forward from 2018, 19, 20 to 21 because this was an unfinished project. But we will work with Madam Clerk to bring you the details on Thursday.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions, board, before I move to tab number 11? Tab number 11 is approval of a Pitney Bowes inserter purchase and maintenance agreement in the amount of $13,560 to be funded through existing budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Madam Clerk, you have the floor again.
Well, it kind of speaks for itself. It's folding and inserting machine for documents that you're sending out. It folds and put labels on them, and we send out so much mail that this is, we have to have that in order to function properly. And the one that we have, I think, we tried to get it fixed, and it's not fixable. And I think it's discontinued, the one that we have. So we just are in need of this machine.
Okay. Well, that's pretty self-explanatory. It sounds like you said it's aged out. No, the parts are not replaceable. And
Right.
I can imagine to try to do it manually is labor intensive. That was the key for me. So board, do you have any questions for clerk? All right, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Okay.
yep, might as well. I'll be quick. So this is in her budget.
Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Right, so, and it's not, I'm making a point, Madam Clerk, I get it, it's in your budget. Why is this coming before us? No. Let me make my point. You don't have to respond to this.
Okay.
This is something that we need to clarify, and then we'll get into it later in this agenda, and obviously as we go through this legislative reform. Every contract does not have to come before us. We can put a policy in place that allows certain things to be addressed. The dollar amount. Some of this stuff can be done through committees. Like I'm sitting here like, guys, over a copier, right? I mean, whatever the tool is. And I get it, but I understand the check and balance. But it requires us to at least have a conversation and perhaps some change to become more efficient, right? I also believe that there needs to be education for everybody. Constitution, department heads, executives, on if you got it in your budget, what are the conditions in which you can use your budget, right? I mean, I'm talking to a constitutional officer. If it's in her budget, she can move around. Now, we know we can put conditions around salary because it grows. But at this point, I mean, I just highlight this moment like, okay, we got to fix this. It has nothing to do with it, but it's the topic. And my question was more, why is this before us? I'm not against whatever her need is, but it's like, we got to do better. And I think this is a legislative matter that we can make things more efficient as people watch us sit here and cast our votes on various topics. It's like, we got a budget, we signed off on it. She's got the money. Now, why is this back before us? Now, I get check and balance, but then you have certain people who have internal controls up to a certain dollar amount. You have committees that but it's about efficient use of our time and stuff that on this big board versus something that can be handled a little bit more smoother. So that was just a sidebar. That was a perfect segue. Why are we looking at this? But I'm fine, Madam Chair. We'll take that up later. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank
you. I agree with you, Commissioner Robinson. My administrative assistant just insisted that I bring it because she said she was told by IT that because it was a machine or because of what it was, we had to bring it. But that was my understanding is what you just said. I do know that it's what 25,000 that needs to be brought to the commissioners. But I wanted to be safe.
So you're fine.
Sorry.
You're fine.
So
we're just not consistent.
that's why I brought it anyway.
Yeah, we're not consistent. You're fine. It just
Okay.
shows us the loopholes and the fallacy in our policy and what lack of thereof, which is there's too much inconsistency. You see one group one thing, this person doing this thing, and my point is I'm like, okay, we gotta smooth this out.
Mm-hmm.
You got staff telling you like how the process works. I'm like, okay, but then you got IT saying this, and it's like you get a lot of those. My point, let's normalize the whole thing across the board. And so then that way we're done with it versus, and we put education behind it because you shouldn't have to not know. And there should be a consistent answer. And so we'll get into that, but thank you. We're gonna keep moving. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right,
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Work and have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to, we'll pivot back to our business item, which we have tab number 18 is authorization to award an on-demand services contract to Nova Engineering and Environmental LLC for geotechnical investigations and materials sampling and testing on various county projects, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Director Valentin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
This item relates to our upcoming project, Lee Road widening. We are anticipating sometime this month to be able to move that project into construction. And we're going to need to have testing services. So there was an RFQ that was advertised and this firm was qualified to be on standby. Now, this particular contract is an on-demand only, so it carries a zero value initially. And as we need, as the county has needs in the future for services, then we will do a task order and at that time determine what the fee for that particular scope of services will be. So this item and the next one are similar for standby services for testing in our transportation construction projects.
Okay. Thank you so much, Director. Any questions, Board? Regarding this one?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Vice Chairman Robinson.
So Miguel, Director Valentin, thank you so much for bringing this forth, and obviously on-demand consulting or selection of professional services regarding engineers is important to the county, especially for all the horizontal things that we're building out in this existing SPLOS and other matters. So I'm trusting Director Valentin, based on your comments to me this morning, that this complies with state and federal selection of professional services.
Yes, it does, Commissioner, and it was specifically tailored to make sure that it did.
Did I lose him or did y'all lose me?
Are you still there, Director Valentin?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
I'm sorry. Yes, I was saying that, yeah, definitely it does comply with federal and state regulations.
Okay, great. And so, it has no dollar value. They're just selecting. So next time we get down the path we need them, they'll just send us a statement of work or something and you'll go through the process of validating it?
That is correct.
All right. I mean, I'm familiar with this, Madam Chair and committee. I yield. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. If there are no other questions from the board, I'm gonna move on to tab number 19, authorization to award an on-demand services contract to Wood Environmental and Infrastructure Solutions Incorporations for the geotechnical investigations and material sampling and testing on various county projects, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Director Valentine, you said this is similar to tab number 18.
It is similar, and we typically like to have at least a couple consultants that can perform similar services in case one is too busy. We're able to go to the next one, or in case we cannot agree on a fee structure with one, and we can move to the other. So, but it's similar contract.
Okay. Any questions, board? Okay. If not, we're going to move on to the next item. Thank you so much, Director Valentino. Tab number 20, authorization to approve a renewal agreement with LexisNexis in the amount of $486 per month to be funded through the legal department's existing budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. The legal department, Attorney Bernard, I'm assuming. Are you on the line? Attorney Bernard?
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Okay. This tab.
I'm sorry, you cut out. I'm sorry.
Tab number 20 is authorization to approve a renewal agreement with LexisNexis in the amount of $486 per month to be funded through the legal department's existing budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. You just want to brief the Board of Commissioners?
Yes, ma'am. This is, it's in our budget, and I will tell the board that LexisNexis has not gone up since 2015. This is a $16 a month increase, and they were able to hold line as long as possible. Actually, they wanted a higher increase, and we were able to get them to $16 more a month. But there's been no increase in that line item since 2015.
Any questions from the board?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
Yeah, it's more of a statement, Ken, Attorney Bernard. Again, this is something that came up in our prior meetings in talking to the solicitor, or maybe some of the other people on the judicial side, and using this research tool. I mean, obviously you guys need what you need, but we keep getting these one-off contracts. And I know there's a difference between I like Lexus versus I like Mercedes. I forgot the other ones, West Hall, West, whatever it is, but you got my point. And so, and it's more of just preference. It sounds like they can do it all, but it's their opportunity. I'm not gonna belabor this point now, but it just makes me think, my guys, I mean, should we all have access to research, meaning those who actually need it? I can't, so I guess my question, Ken, how many seats does this give us? Is it per person, or you just share the passcode? How does it actually work? I've never used that.
Well, there's a license that's up at the central office related to the legal operation.
Yep.
It is not a password that is shared or accessible by other departments. And I will tell you this, we met, I think you raised this issue before, Commissioner Robinson, and we tried to go out and meet with the task force or whatever that was headed by the Superior Court judges on their technology. Then you got the solicitor's office, then you got the DA's office. And some of the concerns, I guess some of the problem is this: even though everybody is centrally located, some of the folks are funded by the state or have to be, for whatever reasons, they're on their systems. And the other folks that are county folks have their systems, and they're not, there's distinguishing needs, I guess, for what they do versus necessarily what the legal department does here. Like the solicitor's office doesn't need civil case laws. They need criminal law, administrative code, changes in, the constitutional interpretations of certain due process, et cetera. So some of it, we've been told in the past, has been needs-based, and some of it is organizational based. Would it make sense to have a centralized structure with everybody having a license? Yes. I think the bigger problem probably is coming to an agreement as to what system you're using, because you got a lot of elected folks that are involved in this decision, and you also have the state of Georgia. So, I would suggest maybe the IT folks look at it. We're flexible. it is a new learning system, but most people nowadays are trained on LexisNexis, Westlaw, and there's some others that are out there. But it's just, it depends on when you came through the system, I guess, Commissioner Robinson. I hope that I tried to address your question, but are we flexible to a change? Yes, we tried to initiate one before, but it didn't go very far.
No, and you're right. And that's why I was recalling it. It was more for just background for it's like duly noted. So again, I have no objections, Madam Chair. I yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chairman Robinson. Any other questions or before we move to the next tab? Thank you so much, Attorney Bernard. We're going to move to tab number 21. Tab number 21 is authorization to renew the student ride along agreement between the Douglas County Fire Department and West Georgia Technical College and to allow the chairwoman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Chief Jolivet, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, citizens. Thank you for allowing us to serve you. Basically, this agreement, we've been engaging in it for 10 plus years, and it's had a very significant impact to our recruitment as well as our community. Matter of fact, we have a class in place now that that's learning the EMS portion, and one of our instructors are a student from this West Georgia Technical College class. So we bringing forth the authorization, trying to get authorization to continue on with an agreement with the West Georgia Technical College.
Okay, any questions, Board of Commissioners? All right, thank you so much, Chief. And I believe the next one is yours, tab number 2022 and also 23. Tab number 22 is authorization to award the bid for ambulance billing services to ambulance medical billing as per the Fire and EMS Committee recommendation, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Chief Jolivet again.
Yes, ma'am. Again, greetings to everyone. The contract authorization we're requesting today is from our ambulance billing service company, AMB. And right now they've been taking care of the billing since 2015. We had 7 different entities put in for this RFQ. And after a committee of peers gotten together, we narrowed it down to AMB. What they did, they offered the same quality of service that they've been providing, as well as lowering the collection fee from 4.7% to 3.9%. But one of the most important things was, since we've been using them, we have increased in our revenue by 32%, which equates to about $850,000. So we're happy that we're able to submit a request for authorization to award the billing award to them. At this point, we're just excited to be able to move forward. They look after about 13 Georgia EMS agencies in Georgia, and they all have good recommendations and references from those agencies.
Thank you so much, Fire Chief Jolivet. Any questions, Board of Commissioners? We're going to move on to the next tab, which is tab number 23, authorization to solicit for request for proposal to purchase an aerial fire truck to be funded by FEMA Assistance to Firefighters Grant Funds, and authorize the chairwoman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Fire Chief Jolivet again.
Yes, ma'am. Again, greetings. On September 14th, thank you, Board of Commissioners and citizens, for allowing us to accept the funds from AFG. And what we're doing now is dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and making sure that we follow all the requirements in terms of moving this grant down the road. So today we're coming to you just for, first of all, as a matter of respect, and just a way of saying that we're seeking authorization to move this grant forward with a competitive process. And that's where we are right now with it.
Thank you so much, Fire Chief. Any questions, Board? All right, thank you so much, Fire Chief Jolivet. All right, we're going to move on to tab number 24, Board of Commissioners. Board of Commissioners, you may be aware in 2020, the federal government declared Juneteenth as a federal holiday in our nation. And certainly we want to celebrate at your will and recognize Juneteenth here in Douglas County. I have our Assistant County Administrator coming before you this morning to provide some information and to see if we could just hear your thoughts regarding authorization to declare Juneteenth, which is June 19th, as a Douglas County holiday beginning in 2022. You have the floor, Assistant County Administrator.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. As Chairman Jones stated, we're coming before the board today to ask for the board to formally incorporate Juneteenth as a county holiday in the 2022 schedule. As you are aware, in June of 2021, President Biden did sign legislation to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. Juneteenth is the day that commemorates the end of slavery in the United States. The name comes from June 19, 1865, when General Gordon Granger came to Texas, Galveston, Texas to be exact, and issued General Order Number 3, which was in accordance with the Emancipation Proclamation, and it officially ended slavery in the United States. We did take a look at the fiscal impact, and for that day, the fiscal impact would be around $234,000 for declaring that day a holiday in the county. At this time, I'll yield for any questions.
Okay. Any questions, Board of Commissioners, regarding this holiday insertion? Okay, no questions. All right, well, thank you so much, Assistant County Administrator Stewart Stanley. All right, board, we're going to move on to tab number 25. Tab number 25 is approval of new and amended county policies, which includes finance, public safety, compensation, BOC committees, procurement policy, board appointment policy amendment, and travel policy and procedures manual amendment. And our Vice Chairman Robinson will be presenting, I believe, the second read today on some of these policies. And Lisa, I'm not sure, that certainly he will guide you with instructions, but certainly I want to commend our Vice Chairman for taking the time to address our policies, some that are stale, some that need to be renewed, and some that need to be actually just created and developed. So Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor. And again, thank you for your due diligence on working on these policies.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board of Commissioners, for participating in this process. And actually, we're probably in about the third read, but it's okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. But the point is we're slow rolling legislation, giving everybody an opportunity to weigh in. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for orchestrating this for me and making sure that everything stayed on point and separating policy from ordinance, etc. I also want to thank, Madam Chair, your staff who are weighing in, Director Evers and Miguel Valentin and Roslyn Miller and others who just by virtue of being part of the organization, they're responding, and Ron Roberts, but we've got some things that will come later. So the process is working. And so to the public this is formal legislation. This is actually what district commissioners should be doing as a prime part, not the only part, but a prime part of what we do. We shape policy. We're policymakers. We're not day-to-day. But this is when, we had to get through all the executive stuff, like, okay, now we can go to work, right? We're the check and balance. Our job is to listen and see how the organization is performing. We were hired by the public to go look at the executive and say, okay, are they doing what they're supposed to be doing? That's the check and balance. And it's up to us through oversight, which is to sort of smooth things out. We're not day-to-day. We don't want to be day-to-day. Never have any interest in that. But we're very clear on what our role is. While prior administrations may not have taken this path, that's just a function of choice. We can do better. There's a lot of stuff on our books that just had not been addressed, and I won't extend the reason why. Was derelict of duty, negligence, didn't know no better, didn't care, didn't want to change nothing, didn't matter, right? I just know that we're on deck right now. We can do way better than this. So anyway, there's a couple of things that we're amending here. We're not going to read it, Madam Chair. The intent was just to say, hey guys, it'll be on the agenda on Thursday. thank you all y'all who weighed in writing. We'll take those things up on Thursday. We're sharing to the public. We share comments within ourselves. Everybody gets to see what everybody's thinking, where they are, right? And so we'll get down there on Thursday, and we'll obviously through a normal process that you see it that ACG promotes at their policy forums like NACO. We'll take up any suggestion, and either you got 3 no's or 3 yeses. It'll be inserted into the policy. Then we'll take a formal vote on that policy. So the ones that we got here, County Clerk, real quick. So can you name them one more time for us, just for the record?
Yes, sir. We have the policies that we are discussing would be the finance/public safety compensation.
Yep.
And we will be, also is the BOC committees.
Yep.
Procurement policy, board appointment policy amendment, and the travel policy and procedures manual amendment.
All right, so again, this is like our 3rd round on this, and my peers have had a chance to take a look at this. One thing that I do want to just bring up in this meeting, Madam Chair, and it's just today, is the one dealing with compensation, right? And this is the topic that we took up. We appreciate kind of you and your administrator coming up with sort of an interim play using federal dollars to deal with compensation woes and angst and issues in the county. That has been historical. Deplorable in certain instances that we would treat people a certain way, that these are our own and we didn't pay them well. And that's just me. That's just my position, which I advocated for this. Director Miller, are you out there? Rosa Miller.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. To my peers, as you know, we put forth we've got before us legislation to increase our minimum wage up to $15 or $16.50. We understand what recent actions we took, but again, this is legislation to effect. So up to $16 or $15, as well as pay public safety, on the entire bucket of public safety, which is fire, EMS, sheriff, coroner, E911, and animal control. Did I miss anybody? And code enforcement. There you go. All those guys would be considered part of public safety. And so I had, Madam Chair, to my peers, I had Roslyn run analysis for 10 years, because what's in the legislation is that, okay, guys, let's see what the numbers look like. Now I get what everybody asking for. I get what everybody thinks we can pay for. But run the numbers for us over 10 years and show us what a 20% increase for public safety, a 15%, and 10%. Now that was based on a pledge of a single mill, which is roughly about $5 million. And while I appreciate the narratives, it's like, okay, and I appreciate the condition, we're gonna have to step up. So Director Miller, can you put your screen up? Can you show that first one for us and give them a little insight in what this is? And to my peers, Wendy, forward sidebar. Wendy, please forward to County Administrator, Madam Chair, the full board, the analysis. All right, but go ahead, Roslyn, put it up. For the public safety. Y'all are gonna get the actual copy of it.
Can you see my screen? It's red and white.
As long as y'all can see, can y'all see, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Let me make it, okay.
Make it bigger.
And it may be small, but I'll
Can you
talk.
blow it up a little bit?
Okay.
As much as you can, but just talk through it. I mean, it's not a
Yeah.
decision time. You're just going to share it with them for the first time through awareness. They'll have time to take a look at it and digest it, and obviously have any questions they may have directly toward you. They don't have to come to me to get interpretation of the numbers. So you guys forward your questions to her.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rosalind.
Okay, I'll talk through it. So the question was, or the request is to isolate one mill for public safety. And public safety is defined as the sheriff's office, the coroner's office, E911, fire and EMS, animal control, and code enforcement. And so first, I took a look at 2021's mill. It's about 5.1 million. And then I did a growth rate of 5%. So taking a look at year of 2022, a mill would be 5.3. Then I took a look at how much it would cost to give every entity that I named under public safety a 20% increase. So for the year, a 20% increase, the total would be 8.6 million. And again, it's for the public safety that I mentioned as defined. So 8.6 million for 1 year. We wouldn't receive that until like year 2031. So that therefore we would just have to bank each year to get to that point. So I took a look at 15%, giving everyone under public safety a 15% increase. The total would be 6.4 million. And if you take a look at the chart of the growth rate at year of 2026, we would be able to receive a year for that mill. And if you take a look at the 10%, the total is 4.3 million. Therefore, that's more in line with being able to pay immediately the entities under public safety if a mill is set aside in year of 2022. A mill would be estimated at 5.3. Therefore, we would be able to cover 10%, providing 10% to each public safety entity.
All right, so thank you, Director Miller. So to my peers, again, I know you guys are just looking at this. The numbers don't lie. They're very clear, and it's always choice. But now you should reflect on what you would just share with you. 20%, 15%, 10%. Pick a number. Right? But it just comes down to pick a number. But to Director Miller's point, this is what I was trying to, I suggested all along, you can't make this up in a year, which is why I proposed legislation to spread over time. Right, that'll be like a balloon trying to like, no, you can't get there from here, guys. I get all the, okay, I can't make up 10 years in the past in 1 year. That's not my issue. It's not your issue, not our issue. But going forward, it's like, okay, it's just math. You spread it out, you amortize it over time, and you absorb it a little bit at a time, right? But you're showing a commitment to your citizens that we're going to take care of our employees. We send a message to our employees that we do care about you. We do see you, we do appreciate you. But here's, at the end of the day, you got to count the costs. And I know between the 5 of us, we can come to some type of understanding of like, okay, I get it. We got a first couple of years, we got to buy, we got some breathing room because of the feds. Again, one more time, you weren't entitled to that, but we appreciate it. And I think that hopefully the employees appreciated that at least that got us 2 years. And so then now, as opposed to looking at 10 years, now you've got just sort of an 8-year perhaps with that. But nonetheless, I just wanted to make sure you guys got this. Wendy, I'm trusting you did send it to the peers as I shared. Madam Chair, there's nothing else to say about this other than, you guys have got to absorb this and we can take it up during the meeting on Thursday.
All right, thank you so much, Vice Chairman. Any comments from our board members? Or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Guider.
Is this to be voted on Thursday? Could someone clarify that?
Was it the plan, Commissioner Robinson, to vote on this on Thursday?
Yes.
Okay, well, I will ask that each one of these recommendations be broken out into new business and not be grouped together on the consent agenda.
Okay. All right. I have,
Right. But, well, let me make this point. It won't be on consent agenda, but it is a package. If you want to negotiate any part of this, pick up the phone, call us, let us know.
Well, I've already put it in writing as some of my objections to some of it, but I would say we vote on each individual one, because if we disagree with one, we shouldn't have to vote against all the others.
Understood. We'll work through the process. That's what's called reconciliation. Duly noted.
Thank you.
thank you so much, Commissioner Geiger. And then certainly, I know, Commissioner, this is a legislative process, and certainly the district commissioners carry the ball on this one. But I do have a question regarding, and this may be for legal. I know you said you had a year, a succession of years. You just said 21, I'm sorry, 22, 23, 24, all the way to 2031. I just have a question for our Attorney Bernard. Can we obligate future administrations? How does that work? I'm not sure.
Well, Madam Chair, without regard to the substance of the policy, you can have a policy however you want, but it would be subject to change in future years by the new administration, new cycle. So if the goal, let's say your goal was we're going to have 1%, or the policies we're going to set aside 1%. I think you can do that until somebody wants to change it. When somebody wants to change it, they can change it because it's not binding on a successor administration, nor technically would it be binding on y'all indefinitely. I would say that once you put it out there, you're going to lose a little bit of control on your discretionary portion of their budgets, because you will have been allocating a portion already by commitment. So if there's ever a dispute between this body and any of its first responder units, the sheriff or the fire chief or whatnot, they will use this policy to say they're already entitled to 1%, and then they will argue about the rest. But that's no consideration that the policy is trying to do good by good people. So I don't want my comments to be interpreted any other way. But as far as binding future years, technically you can't bind future years, but you may be putting a strong lock on any dispute between the parties in the future.
Okay, so it'll just be up for discussion for future parties. Okay, future administration. You answered my question. I just needed to know. All right. Any other questions from the board? You want to comment, Vice Chairman?
Yeah, I mean, perfect response, Ken. No, you can't bind, but in essence, what we're showing is the math.
Correct.
Right. And remember, the millage rate is set every year. Every year. So you always have that, but you get it. You're setting the millage rate. I mean, you doing this is not going to disallow or invalidate your responsibility to set the millage rate every year. We're saying that we're going to set aside a mill every year for 10 years to get to the objective of paying 20%, 15%, 10% just for public safety. That's why I'm slow rolling this. This is not intended to be a shotgun. Intent, like, okay, y'all need to think about this now. And I'm fine, you're doing good, trying to take care of the people, but now you've got the math and stuff. So again, I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair. So you guys got the numbers. Roslyn did an excellent job. She gave you different looks. It's pretty straightforward and stuff. So again, we'll continue to have conversation. And again, even then, if the board on that, to Madam Guy's point, if that particular one that like, well, let's talk about that one some more. Let's get through perhaps the budget retreat on Friday. Hint, that's why I knew I already anticipate like, well, we're fine. Maybe the four go and then that one can pause, but you got to communicate. We have to talk to each other. And so, but this process would allow you, like, since we don't talk, we at least put it in writing, and that'll be our segue to do this. But we're good, Madam Chair. Let's not belabor this. Again, it's just a work session, no decisions, and that's all we got. Again, to you guys, if you got some more comments, send them in. You know, you guys always have a right to speak and send in comments. So though you have sent some in the past, if you got some more, get them in before Thursday, and we'll get them on the docket and we'll go from there. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Carthen. I hear your
Thank
voice.
you.
Okay, there
Yes.
you go. Mhm.
Okay. So my question is to Commissioner Guider, because I did not get her response, although I did send some questions or edits. Can Commissioner Guider explain to us what some of her concerns are so that we can kind of hear those now since we're in the work session?
Yes, I would like that to be done.
County Clerk, you got the official record of all the comments. You put them out on Dropbox. Can you share them?
Yes, sir.
Send them over real quickly for her to Madam Carson. And
Just want me to email them to her?
Yeah, just
yeah,
email.
but she wants to have a record though. Speak it out loud right now since we're in the work session, but just give them something in writing just so they can follow it. Yeah.
Okay, this is what I received from Commissioner Guider for the travel expenses for section 5, paragraph G4. She wanted to add county administrator or chairman of the board of commissioners shall approve district commissioners' travel and training. On item section 9-A, she asked if we could strike the words complete itemization and replace with receipts. Paragraph C, which had been struck through, she wanted this section put back in. I would say though, Commissioner, I had restated that same paragraph in the paragraph above it. So it did include it. This would have just been redundant. So if you want to just look over that and we can discuss it later if you like. Also under Board of Commissioner committees, in the 4th sentence, the chair of a standing or special committee shall be appointed by, I believe she wanted to add the chair of the Board of Commissioners and with the consensus of the entire BOC. The chair of the BOC shall serve as an ex officio member on all committees. She feels the chair of the BOC, who must run countywide, is the duly elected leader of the commission board, should have the authority to appoint whom she believes would best serve the county as chairs on certain committees. And any position by other commissioners should be transparent in an open meeting as to their reasons why they do not agree. This is a standard procedure at the federal, state, and often city levels. And as, let's see, for the entire county ordinance proposal should be halted until it's studied further. For public safety, it has already been stated in a prior meeting, 1 mil would be insufficient funds for all the departments listed. Also, it would allow department heads and officials to make decisions that would affect subsequent year budgets without the Board of Commissioners approval. This would play havoc on the budget process. For the living wage, when you increase the pay of a newly hired employee up to a level to that of veteran employees who have worked many years with the county, you'll destroy the pay scale in tenure steps. We need to look at revamping the entire pay scale. And that was it for Commissioner Guider. Did you want me to read any of the others?
Madam Carson, you got
That's good, Clerk Watson. I just wanted to figure out where we may have some commonality or where we may have some discrepancies. Commissioner Guider, do you want to speak to any of those while I have the floor? I would,
I've put it in writing, and I wish I want the clerk, Lisa, if you would just send it to all the commissioners. I guess I sent it just to Kelly Robinson, Commissioner Robinson. So it's certainly, there's nothing that I don't want y'all to know about it, because these were my sincere thoughts about some of the changes.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear them just to make sure, for full transparency, where we may have differed or where we may have had some commonalities. And as have we had a chance to talk to our financial officer, David Corbin? in regards to some of these changes, because we do know that they will affect the budget. And so although we want to make sure that we do have, the finances worked out as we are bringing people up to at least a living wage, and then also giving our first responders and our safety department a wage which encompasses, what they are due, because safety is first in the county. So I wanted to find out if we've had a chance to speak with them. I don't know if the county administrator can answer that, Chairman Jones.
Yes, County Administrator, if you could respond. Please.
Not directly. We've talked about it in general, and I've really been working through Director Miller, who of course is in touch with the Chief Financial Advisor. I did ask him to be present on Friday and to be prepared to give an overview.
Okay, so County Administrator, I would suggest that if we as a board, I think, Commissioner Robinson, I, and Commissioner Mitchell are sponsoring this, I would have assumed that you would have taken it upon yourself to go ahead and reach out to financial officers to get back with us, just to make sure that we all are in sync, so that we would know the pros and cons of these types of decisions. So although Ms. Miller has given us our overview, I would have liked to have seen how that would directly impact our overall budget, so that we all could be on one accord. So I'm a little disappointed that you haven't reached out to him directly, but it's good to know that you did invite him on Friday. However, this has been in the works for the past almost 30 days now, and we are looking to vote upon this on Thursday. So having him Friday at our budget retreat, although it's nice, it doesn't help us today. So in the future, I would just say it would behoove you to ensure that we have sufficient evidence of what we're voting upon. So checking with legal, checking with financial officers, checking even with Chairman Jones, just to ensure that we can get the best absolute data so that we can make great decisions, just in my opinion. I don't know if the full board agrees with that, but that would just be my direction to you. So with that, Chairman Jones, I yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen. Any other discussion, board? Okay, I'll yield back to you, Vice Chairman Robinson, as you lead the discussion.
Yeah, I think that was, duly noted. Again, to Madam Carthen's point, yeah, we shouldn't be left out. It shouldn't be the appearance that we're not getting the support that's necessary, or that we're decompartmentalized, or we're in silos. Right? I get the executive, and that's the day to day. But every now and then we show up and our vote matters. And so there needs to be a synchronization. Right. So this first time is actually active, it's alive. And it's like, well, somebody need to own this. I'm always talking about, okay, who sees the bigger picture? Y'all don't see how this stuff fits together. And if we take convenience, well, that's not my job, or they did, like, okay, guys, we're too grown, too seasoned, and too high level. Because to her point, it mattered. Right. So somebody has to own it. That sometimes now this private sector, different animal. Public sector, there tends to be this culture, this idea that, like, okay, and we find these, said the government never do anything right. Well, right. Well, the public pauses because sometimes we just blink. We focus on what we want to focus on. We advocate what we want to advocate for. We pretend like nothing else is going on. And to that point, and so to Madam Goddard, I did acknowledge, I knew that Friday was coming up, but this was the timeline that we're on. We're working with executives. And so, and it was okay, we have time, but we've got, this forces the whole point of communication, right? Really tough issues. You need more data. I'm always big on data. And I rolled this out the way I did this because I want to see what the administration was going to do. Now I got this data on my own, as any of our district commissioners can do. I've been sitting on it for 2 weeks. Right? My job is just check balance. I don't get involved in the budget process. I'm just appropriation. But it's like, okay, but I'm advocating now. I get what we're doing with the federal money, but it's like, okay, but that's just partial. What about the long picture? What about the bigger picture? That was just appreciate you, feds, but the feds had nothing to do with the condition of the pay in the county. So we got a little pass, and we're in a good place, but we do need more conversation, more data. And so I think you guys are hearing our heart that, well, at some point you're gonna have to talk to us. At some point we'll get your attention. And again, and again, I'll save any debate. I know that there's some concern about reporting, transparency, consistency. While the lens tends to be focused on one side of the equation, like, okay, it's about to swing back. Because it's not fair in sharing. It's adversarial. Never want to poke the lion in the cage with you. And it's one of those like, okay, guys, we're trying to really clean some things up. So I appreciate the conversation that we've had. Has been like, okay, just right, and we'll get into Thursday. But that's all I can say, Madam Chair. We don't have to belabor this. Let this one go. We did a good job. Guys, slow roll this. We'll come up on Thursday. We got to get through the retreat. As you know, we only got all of November, all of December. We only got 4 voting meetings. The year's almost over. So we've got time on this, Madam Chair. So the 4 or 5 that can go, they'll go. If we need to pause on one, that's fine. The others will come later when they got to go through the formal public hearing. We're fine. Thank you for the floor, Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair. You're finished, or?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. Lisa, what's next? Clerk?
All right, I'm sorry, I was having computer problems. I'm not sure the next item.
Yeah. Okay.
Nothing on this topic, Madam Chair. So it's back to you for your next agenda item.
Okay, tab number 26. Thank you. Tab number 26 is authorization to advertise for a public hearing to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinance regarding the addition of a living wage ordinance and amending section 9-25D, which is purchase procedures. Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor again.
Yep. County Clerk. Now this one is the actual, you got to go to a public hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You have to give notice in the paper. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we have to advertise 14 days before the actual public hearing.
Okay, so Madam Chair, this is just to give authorization for to go give notice for the public hearing. And we have to take this one through a public hearing.
Okay. Any discussion from the board on this particular topic?
We're going to ask the public to come in and weigh in. Yep.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Vice Chair. And then what we're going to do, Board of Commissioners, certainly wanted to.
Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with these little buttons. On item 26, it says to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinance regarding an addition of a living wage ordinance. So do we need to put what that living wage is in this, on this agenda item?
It would be prudent and also transparent to the citizens of Douglas County. So I believe our Vice Chairman, I believe is that $16.50, is that what the living wage is that you're proposing?
It's $16.50, and also in that analysis that you received, it was a $15.
Yeah.
And, pick a number, but this is the public hearing to move forward. And it, again, now have that information. You can take a look at it. So to that point, what's being proposed is not to exceed. So to your point, let's clarify, not to exceed $16.50. I think I said up to $16.50, but Lisa, just make sure you clarify up to $16.50. Right?
But okay, I'm confused because I know in the ARPA plans, we were raising everybody up to $15.
I understand, but this is what was proposed. If the board decides to only do 15, then that's the will of the board. This legislation was already in play. It's already in play. The board decides to use some art money for a short play. Right, so so we have the public hearing up to 1650. If the public comes out and weighs whatever they're going to say, that's fine. The board will determine what this is going to be. So maybe
this is to make what we did with ARPA funds. This is to put it in a policy. Is that right? Because we voted to raise everybody's minimum wage $15. So this is just to back that up. Is that right?
Vice Chairman, did you want to?
Yeah, I'm going to address it this way. The board made a decision with freestanding cash to take care of employees for 2 years in a row. This is a policy. It says that you don't have to make that decision every year for an ordinance change. In other words, it will be $15 or $16.50 forever. Those are two different decisions. They're unrelated, but they come together, but it's like, well, one is, right? Because then what happens in year 3, 4, 5? You drop back down?
When's the effective date on this policy? Is it immediately or in year 3?
That's what we will work through that. Now, again, you can make any of these things effective 2024. You've been bought 2 years. This is my point. Y'all have to think through this. I don't want to give you your voice, your understanding. Good questions, but it's like, okay, I get it, but know what you're looking at. Know what we're trying to solve. And again, you got bought 2 years. It had nothing. The board decided to use that. I didn't know what the board was going to do. This legislation was independent to a need that we've been hearing all year. We got some cash and we're like, okay, county administrator, help us. And so she listened to everybody. So this is not like they bought us some time. The issue is the legislation. It ain't because you got a lottery ticket, you got the feds. Yeah, it helped, but it won't systemically take care of you buying time, but it doesn't take care of the systemic issue that we don't historically take care of our staff. And that's what this legislation, right? You're right. Once we put this ordinance in place, anybody who works for the county will not get paid less than $15 an hour, a living wage, or $16.50, whatever the board decides. Again, I just said up to you guys know you get to make the final decision. But I don't, it's not so much as the debate. What you're hearing me is a respect. Say, no, y'all know what you're looking at and take a real position. Don't be political convenient. Don't be like, let's see what everyone else is going to do.
Politics. I'm just asking questions. I'm trying to get clarification because in the ARPA funds, we did raise it $15 an hour, the minimum for every employee. So we're not going to take that back in 2 years. So is this just to back up what we've already done? I'm just asking that.
Not being political. I'm gonna back off of this right now.
But we can take this offline.
Yeah,
I'm sure the citizens don't want to hear a lot of this, but anyway, and I just want a clarification. That's all I'm asking. So I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Bider, and I'm certainly you and the Vice Chairman could discuss this issue offline. Attorney. Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chairman. We're going to move to our next item, which is at this time, I will ask our attorney if we need to go into executive session. Attorney Bernard, do we need to go into executive session?
Yes, ma'am. You need it for personnel and litigation. And I will need Judge Harrison and then McGill, Lisa.
Okay, thank you so much. To the citizens of Douglas County, we will be, the Board of Commissioners will be engaging in executive session, and certainly we ask for your patience as we go into executive session, and we will return, and I won't utilize the word momentarily because it's I'm just not sure what time it will be, but hopefully it won't take us long. With that being said, Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board?
Madam Chair, can we have a 10-minute break or 5-minute break? Yep.
Yes. We have a motion and a second. And when I call you district, please respond accordingly. District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries forward to go into executive session. Please take a 10-minute break and please, we will start the meeting, our executive session at exactly 12:40. Thank you.
Thanks.
department heads for your patience as well. Our executive session has ended, and thank you, Board of Commissioners, for your wonderful decorum today. Board of Commissioners, do you have any announcements before we end our meeting today, and certainly as we move forward for our legislative meeting that's coming up very soon, which is Tuesday, correct, Lisa? Thursday, I don't know why.
Thursday, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Thursday is our legislative meeting. Tuesday is election day, actually. Anything, Board of Commissioners? Well, I'll just end by saying this, our citizens.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Carthen.
Thank you so much. I just want to say to the citizens and to this full Board of Commissioners and to the entire Douglas County governmental family, transparency is everything. To be ethical, to be truthful, to be upfront, to be loyal, to make sure that you represent citizens in a fair and just manner, to not rob the citizens, to not take things for granted and try to use your position or the money attached to your position in a way that is egregious to those who we represent should be first and foremost. Not your personal endeavors, not your friendships with people, not what you think you owe somebody because they've done something for you, but just about the business of the citizens. Taxpayers' money, my money as a taxpayer, it's important, and we have to use it in the right way. And to use it egregiously, unethically is wrong. So I hope that this full Board of Commissioners will understand that and will make the right decisions, no matter who it is in regard to, whether it is another commissioner, whether it's a judge, whether it's an attorney, whether it's a sheriff. Do the right thing because the taxpayers elected you to. That's my comment. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield the floor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen, duly noted from all angles. And Board of Commissioners, any other comments before I close it out by certainly focusing on this pandemic, which is first and foremost in my mind that I want to focus on when it pertains to our citizens. And transparency is definitely part of my agenda and also part of my platform as the chairman of this county. But I will close by saying that I'm asking the citizens to continue to wash your hands repeatedly throughout the day. Watch your social distancing. And please wear a mask in those very confined areas. Certainly our numbers are looking much better. Dr. Memark provided an extraordinary positive message for us today, but what we don't want to do is become complacent. So I ask us to just continue to just be very diligent as we continue to mitigate this virus. If there's nothing else to come before this Board of Commissioners, this meeting is adjourned. So thank you and have a great day.